Okay, good morning, Counselor. We'll just wait for everybody to light up here. We're just waiting for Counselor Thompson and Counselor Fitzgerald. Is Counselor Fitzgerald logged in yet? Okay. Good morning, Council. Good morning, staff. I'm going to call the General Committee electronic meeting to order and confirm that we do have a quorum, although we don't have Counselor Fitzgerald present yet. I have a resolution moved by Counselor Thompson, seconded by Counselor Schumacher. It is recommended that the special general committee meeting agenda dated Thursday, December 10th, 2020 be adopted as printed and circulated. All in favor? And that carries. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Counselor Schumacher.
6.1 for employment reasons.
Thank you. Any others? That's great. Okay, Council, we've got a morning of numbers coming up, and the first session will be a library budget presentation by the chair of the Huntsville Public Library Board, David Purchase. David, and I see David Tremblay, the CEO of the library, is with us as well. And as soon as we get David Purchase, I will say the floor is yours for your presentation. David, you're muted still.
I'll get it. Is to pass it over to David Tremblay to provide the figures for council. David?
Thank you, David. And through you, your worship, I want to thank all council and your worship for your time today. And I will try to be as brief as possible, as I know you have a lot ahead of you. And bear with me while I share my screen here. Okay. Does that look good for everybody? All right. So here is the draft budget as proposed, approved by the board through our finance committee and then through the board. And so I will click through to the next slide. So here's an overall look at the numbers, just a very high level. I know that council has been provided the budget book with the library's finer details in there. But the next slide goes over sort of the major changes, and we'll talk about those, and then there'll be a slide for questions and that kind of thing. So overall, we're proposing a operating levy decrease of $915. The building maintenance to be now included under the facilities department, which is being worked on and I believe at this point in time sort of agreed to in principle in the MOU, which council will see in assuming the near future. There will be COVID-19 related savings of $81,307 due to reduction in weekend and part-time hours for the 2021 year. And then as with the overall town of Huntsville, the library is included in the SWB restructuring. So there is automatically a savings of $47,715. The other major change is that there is an operating cost transferred from capital, which council may remember from the capital budget deliberations. What that is our e-resource platforms. They were previously considered a capital purchase. So it has them amortized like a physical asset. That being said, under my suggestion was that we actually don't own these items, we license them. And so we may or may not ever, if we we may not have the same ones necessarily year to year. So it's not something like a physical asset that we can amortize. So to take it out of that amortization process that happens with the audit, to move those, the $26,000 we use for our e-databases into the operating cost. And then so the removal of a one-time reserve of $84,725, which was used in 2020 for a position that was created at the library, and a very key position that was under the recommendation, I believe, of the HR culture and work study that was done over the last couple of years that the council is very aware of. And those are the sort of major high-level changes. And it's very, very quick and brief. But at this point in time, I would open the floor to council and anybody else that may have questions. And if you would like, I can stop sharing my screen, or if you want, I can still share it. It's up to you.
Thanks, David. I'll ask you to stop sharing just so that
Sure.
I can see council better. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, council, open for questions. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, David. I saw in the overall budget that the library hours would be reduced to 5 days a week in 2021, and I'm just wondering what the rationale is behind that.
Yeah, good question. Through Your Worship, sorry if I can answer that. Good question, Councillor Thompson. So you may have, at the end there, touched on a reserve transfer that was made for the 2020 budget to cover the cost of a position, which council and the town did not fund through the tax levy. So in order to bring our budget in line with the overall council direction for 2021, we had to make hard decisions, and that included reducing hours for 2021. Does that answer your question, Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you, through your worship. But two full days a week, I mean, that seems like a pretty drastic cutback in service, especially at a time, I think, when services like the library become more critical during a COVID type of period, and so forth. So I guess I'm just not in favor of reducing the services. I would be more in favor of increasing the budget to cover those up. But what 2 days of the week are we talking about not opening?
Yeah, so that's through Your Worship, I fully agree, Councillor Thompson. Under these hard circumstances that everybody finds themselves under, these were the things that we had to look at with due diligence and make these hard decisions. So with regards to the second part of your question regarding what days of the week, currently the library is serving the public from the days of Tuesday to Saturday. That being said, they aren't necessarily fixed in stone with the days of the week or necessarily the times of the week. What's fixed in stone, or I know I proposed to council with regards to the hours, is that we are operating with the funds we have to fund the hours throughout the week. So again, currently it's just 5 days a week, but we could theoretically, if the public makes the requests and we see enough of it, to switch the hours up, but keeping within the budget, if that answers your question.
One more, if I might, Your Worship. Okay, thank you. Then David, rather than cutting back 2 days a week, would it be maybe a possibility of reducing hours on a daily basis? Sundays and Mondays. I guess I could live with that. Sunday seems to be a bit of a critical day in that way. Just wondering, would it be possible to say cut back on the hours 7 days a week as opposed to eliminating 2 days entirely? And the other thing, I guess, the other part of that would be this decrease of the 87,000 is because of the hiring of one individual. Does this also result in the laying off of some part-time people to help compensate for that $87,000?
Sorry, can you reframe that last bit of the question there, just so I'm clear? With the laying off piece there.
Yeah, sorry about that. in terms of part-time hours and so on and so forth, and part-time staff, is this cutback going to result, excuse me, in the reduction of hours or the elimination of a couple of part-time positions?
There is in this overall reduction, there is one part-time job whose duties will be shifted out to other staff members. Yes. So overall, it is a decrease in overall hours that we serve the public, as well as an individual position being let go, which was, I think they were the positions around 15 hours a week.
Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Worship. I was wondering, is the cutback in hours public or widely publicized? And if so, have you had any public reaction to the reduction of these hours?
So through your worship, to answer Councillor Withy's question, so the sort of proposed for 2021 cutback of hours this is the first time that the public is really hearing about it, as this is a live session. The hours which we are currently working under are the same hours which would be proposed for 2021 with regards to serving the public. So currently we are doing 5 days a week serving the public.
And how's that being received? Or is there anybody complaining that you're not open 7 days or certain days like Sunday, for example? Sorry,
through your worship. So far, nothing has been brought to my attention through staff, and we have done a couple other surveys as well in the recent month since we've been serving the public. Since we had those issues with the construction and that kind of thing, and even through the comment feedback, there hasn't been anything regarding the changes of hours or anything like that. So,
thank you.
I think it's important that we realize right now that while the library staff are back in working, the public's not in the library currently. So they're only servicing the public through sort of drop and go or curbside pickup, whatever you want to call it. So the actual library hours for the public are not even normal right now. Would that be true, David Trombley?
Yes, your worship. Mayor Terzaniel. Yes, so that is, Mayor has pretty much summarized it pretty well there. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to David. Actually, maybe this is a question for both of you. I was going to support Councillor Thompson in what he said, but I guess given the fact of what you just said, which is that the public actually hasn't had full access to the library, maybe the reaction won't be as strong as we think it would be with the reduced hours, because people will just be happy to have access once again. So I'm sort of torn on that, just because I've had so many people who really want to be able to get back into the library. And I concur with Councillor Thompson. I look at, maybe can we distribute the reduced hours across the 7 days so that Sunday remains a viable day, because it seems to me weekend hours are pretty important, but I could be wrong. Maybe that's my question to David, which is, wouldn't weekends normally be a time where people want to have access to the library?
Through your worship, to answer Councillor Alcock's question, yeah, and that was one of the main things we were considering when we were talking about hours, was to make sure we were, of course, including weekend hours, and so we are on Saturday serving the public just as much as we're serving any other day of the week, and it's something that we could definitely look at if the council would like to make the request that we consider that. And to answer the question further, is Saturday is currently, as we've been I think it's just over a month now back to serving the public, is one of the busier days of the week. But yes.
Again, council, remember we allocate a certain amount of money to the library, and they operate it under their purview and the boards. they can decide what the hours are based on what the community wants. That's not really our decision as a council. That's the library board's decision. So this is strictly a budget reduction in SWB, and the library and the board will make the decision as to how to distribute those hours. Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Worship. That may be so, but we're the ones getting the phone calls.
David Purchase, did you have something to add there?
Yes, just to further the question about the hours, that the present hours are a reflection of, excuse me, as David has pointed out, of operating the library under pandemic conditions with very limited access between the public and the staff in terms of picking up books at the door, and not a full operation. At some point in the 2021, we hope that those conditions will ease or lift, and the library will seek to return to a more normal function. And I think at that time, the questions raised by council here this morning will be very important for the board to consider is, given the hours we're working with, how can we then adapt them to the best service? In other words, opening up maybe more than 5 days a week, but with reduced hours on each day to basically, given the budget we will have, serve the public as well, or as to an increased way from the present time. And that will require probably some surveys and of the public when we reach that point as to when they most want to be in the library, and what times of the week are not as important, to produce a post-pandemic revised hours of operation within the budget, the 2021 budget, whatever it ultimately turns out to be.
David Tremblay?
Through your worship, I just want to further answer, sort of iterate further on what David had said and answer Councillor Alcock's question a little further, that when we were determining the hours, we also looked at statistics that we have that we keep in the library, and some of those being, check-in and check-out times. So what are the heaviest times in which people are returning and picking up items, basically, and use that to model the times and hours we were serving them, just so you're clear on that as well.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Just through you, just a comment. I'd just like to say thanks to David for you being responsible through this pandemic time and looking at all aspects to serve the public, yet keep everybody safe. Well done.
Thank you.
I have one question, I think probably more for Julia. So the reduction in SWB, which is about 10%, I think, that's strictly to offset the reserve transfer from 2020, so that in 2022, we will go back to a normal budget for the library. Is that correct, without it being an increase?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So the 81,000 reduction in SWB is strictly to offset the reserve transfer that they used in 2020. So in 2022, we will not need to increase SWB 10%. That money will automatically go back into the budget. Is that correct?
So if you are adding back the hours for the weekend coverage, or that would increase the budget in 2022.
So the SWB is not just to offset that reserve transfer from last year?
So the reserve transfer for last year, it was a result of the fact that the board brought back a budget that was a lot higher than their approved increase. So the board was to go back and find reductions in their operating budget to offset that. So that's what's been done this year, and part of that is reducing the hours for the weekend coverage. So for 2022, if the hours are going to be increased, that would increase the levy for the library.
So that means if we cut the library salaries by 10% this year, we will need to increase them by 10% next year, or we will need to stay at these reduced hours forever and ever. Is that correct?
If you brought it back exactly the way it was in 2019, then yes. So I'm not sure what the intent is. If the intent is to go back to exactly the way we did it before, or if there will be further changes in 2022, I'd have to ask David that question.
Okay, so for me, that does present a little bit of a problem, because that's 10% cut in hours of the library permanently. It would be one thing if it's a 10% cut for 2021, which is still a pandemic year, but you're suggesting to me that this would be an ongoing cut.
If they wanted to increase the SWB for 2022 and keep their budget within whatever the guidelines are, then they may have to look at other reductions or increasing revenues to offset that.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for our guests before we let them go? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one then through you to Julia. So in terms of the library budget or the grant from the town in 2019 or 2020, let's say 2020 versus 2021, what is the difference in terms of actual dollars and the difference in the grant, or is there a difference?
Sorry, between 2020 and 21. So the net increase is it's a decrease of 26,000 overall.
It's actually an increase to 26,000.
It's a decrease from 2020 to 21 of 26,000.
6,000. Okay, thanks.
Okay, David and David, thank you so much for your presentation. We will probably deliberate your budget with the entire town budget.
Great. Thank you, Your Worship and Council, for your time, and have a wonderful day. And if I don't see any of you before this, have a happy and safe holiday season. Thank you.
My thoughts as well. I wish everybody a happy holiday season under these circumstances. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to reports from municipal officers, and we have a budget presentation from Reva and Julia. And I think there's probably a shared screen coming up, so see you at the end of it.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, so can everybody see the PowerPoint? Yeah, okay. All right, so we're here today to talk about the Town Draft 2021 Consolidated Budget. So as always, our budget working group consists of the senior management team and yours truly. So a little bit about our budget process and how we got here. In September of 2019, Council passed the 2019 to 2023 strategic plan. Included in this strategic plan are actionable priority items, which were assigned to specific departments. Managers in those departments were asked to complete a detailed 4-year business plan to address each of the priority items assigned to them before the end of 2023. These plans were initially completed in October of 2019, and they are being continuously reviewed. Any major project changes, like the cancellation of a project or a new project, are brought forward to Council or Committee as they arise. The latest business plan update with all of the administrative changes, so things like timing and that kind of thing, were presented to General Committee on September 30th of this year. So on October 28th of last year, in 2019, Council passed the Budget and Financial Controls Policy, which provides that the tax rate increase in any given year can be between CPI and 2 times CPI. For 2021, this means a 0.1 to 0.2% tax rate increase. This information, along with the estimated 2021 assessment provided by MPAC, was used to calculate a maximum levy increase of $306,000, and this was based on the 0.2% tax rate increase. So in July of this year, Council approved the Asset Management Plan. This plan includes condition and risk assessments for all inventory town assets and helps finance to develop a more long-term financing strategy for future capital replacements. The data that this plan is based on helps to drive the capital budget process. In late August of this year, finance staff presented the proposed 2021 budget guidelines, which included the tax rate increase range of the 0.1 to 0.2% that I just mentioned. And this was in accordance with the budget policy. The guidelines also proposed timelines for the preparation and the presentation of key budget areas. In September of this year, staff presented the initial 2021 staffing proposal, which included an estimate on the number of full-time equivalent position requirements. And then in October, staff presented the initial 2021 capital budget, and this included both the proposed capital contributions and the proposed 2021 capital projects. Since then, some staff have provided further information with respect to the specific capital projects proposed for 2021 and the importance of those projects. The last but certainly not least aspect of the budget is the operating budget. So managers prepare their departmental submissions based on anticipated business plan projects, projects that were previously approved by council, historical data, current and proposed service levels, and any other relevant information specific to their department. For obvious reasons, there were some fairly large assumptions that went into the development of these initial budgets, because of the unknown impacts that COVID-19 will have on the upcoming year. As always, the finance team met with each of these managers and their directors to review each line item in detail. This year, the budget working group had our work cut out for us to reduce the budget by a substantial amount while attempting to maintain long-term capital financing goals. So a new process this year was that budget meetings were held with each committee chair and vice chair to provide members of council with a chance to review, ask questions, and obtain explanations for each aspect of the budget. So as I previously mentioned, the budget and financial control policies provides that the tax rate increase in any given year can be between CPI and 2 times CPI. For 2021, this means a 0.1 to 0.2% tax rate increase. This information, along with the estimated 2021 assessment that was provided by MPAC, was used to calculate a maximum levy increase of $306,000, which is based on the 0.2% tax rate increase. This was the total allowable increase, and it includes capital and operating. The capital levy increase for 2021 was previously approved by council for inclusion in the draft budget and amounted to just under $625,000. This means that the working group was tasked with ensuring an overall operating budget reduction of about $316,000. The current draft budget does not fall within this acceptable range, but further recommendations will be provided later today. The current total levy increase for 2021, excluding council initiatives, is approximately $483,000 or 2.9%. Levy increase with a tax rate increase of 1.25%. Including those council initiatives of $86,500, the total levy increase is just under $570,000 or 3.4% levy increase with a tax rate increase of 1.76. So again, this does not fall within our current acceptable levy range. So this is just kind of a chart form of what I just explained. So right now we're looking at a 3.43% levy increase. So with the operating budget, when residents call the town to report a problem, attend a library program, or participate in aquatic sessions, this is the operating budget at work. These essential services allow us to keep up with pothole repairs, snow clearing, park maintenance, just to name a few. The operating budget ensures that we have engineering technicians, librarians, town planners, administrative support, financial staff, and an overall great team of employees who strive to make Huntsville a great place to live. So COVID-19 has had a profound effect on just about everything in our community, from how we buy groceries to how our children learn. It's safe to say then that the pandemic has also had a significant impact on how the 2021 draft budget has been developed. In any normal year, there are always a number of assumptions that go into the budget process, from how much hydro we're expecting to use at the Summit Center to the demand for community hall rental space. This year, though, COVID has made staff look at the budget through an even cloudier lens. There were a number of factors, like the ever-changing health and safety guidelines, including things like physical distancing, mask wearing, gathering limits, sanitization policies, along with changing public interests that staff needed to consider when developing their departmental budgets. This was especially true in the Community Services Division. In a normal year, it's relatively difficult to predict how many kids might participate in a weekly swimming lesson. But in the past, history has been a relatively good indicator. Now, throw in the fact that some parents may not actually be willing to send their kids to swimming lessons, depending on COVID restrictions that might be in place at the time. It's almost impossible to tell what these programs will end up looking like. We don't have any history of operating in a pandemic situation to help serve as an indicator anymore, since most of the community services programs simply didn't run in 2020 because of the COVID restrictions in place at the time. In 2020, the town received just over $661,000 in Safe Restart Phase 1 funding for the province of Ontario. This funding is expected to be used entirely in 2021, which is actually anticipated to result in an estimated net savings of $468,000, which is helping to offset the operating levy. So base level changes are the costs to deliver services approved in the 2020 budget at 2021 costs. Things like cost increases for software licenses, annual costs, that type of thing. If the same service level is being provided, things like increasing hydro costs because rates have gone up, or an increase in fuel as a result of historical trends, are all base level changes. The budget working group has included the cost to deliver existing service levels, with the exception of community services, at the anticipated 2021 cost, which has been included in the budget package. The significant budget changes by division will be outlined later in the presentation. So one-time items. These include any of the one-time items that are not service level changes. In 2020, there were a number of one-time projects that have been removed from the 2021 draft budget. Some of the larger items include things like the pool shutdown, which included $25,000 in contractor costs and utilities. A pool assessment, which included $30,000 that was to be funded through the facilities reserve. The Canada Summit Centre roof assessment, which was included at $10,000 for consulting costs. There were also some e-solutions costs, which included about $15,000 in consulting. There are a number of other smaller projects as well. So in 2021, there were a few projects added to the draft budget. So these types of things, they can be levy funded or non-levy funded, which means either they're funded through a reserve or a grant or something like that. So the most notable ones, the replacement of the part-time parking ambassador with a part-time bylaw officer. So this is a levy funded one-time item at just under $14,000 is the net cost of that. So the webcasting for committee and council meetings. So this is a non-levy funded one-time project. And it's to be funded by a combination of the modernization reserve and excuse me, and the records management reserve. The building department also has some IT purchases related to their e-solutions project. And this is a non-levy funded item of $25,000, which will be funded through the building reserve. The IT service review for $60,000, again, is non-levy funded. It's to be funded through the modernization fund. The IT dual factor authentication, again, is a modernization project for $11,000, so it's non-levy funded. The building department also increased their legal fees by $15,000, and this is to close open permits. Again, it's non-levy funded because it's funded by the building department. So marketing has included a PDF remediation project, excuse me, of $30,000 to be funded through the website reserve. Streetscape marketing and wayfinding signage has also been included as a one-time item. Again, non-levy funded, it will be funded through the municipal accommodation tax. And the fire department has also included an ice and water training program for $5,000, which again is non-levy funded. There has been a specific donation received for this specific training program. So non-annual recurring items are those costs that are necessary items but don't occur every year. For example, the bridge needs study is only required every other year. It was completed in 2020, so has been removed from the 2021 budget, but it'll get added back into the 2022 budget. So items that were added this year that are non-recurring include the Canada Summit Center, the electrical panel scanning, and that's included at $10,000 and is required every 2 years. And then the McCully Sports Field will require some infield leveling for the new surface. So that has been included for $8,000 and is expected to be required every other year. So council initiatives are projects or service level changes that have been approved by council for inclusion in the draft budget. So again, these can be levy funded or non-levy funded. So for 2021, these projects include the Community Improvement Plan incentives. So this is a levy funded item and it's included in the Finance Department budget of $45,000. The Winter Snow Fest and Light Festival, again, is a levy. So there's two components of this one. There's a levy funded component, which is included in the Economic Development budget at $41,500. And there's a non-levy funded component, which is the in-kind contribution. So the net effect is nothing on the is zero on the levy, but that's included at $46,656. The Spring and Summer Ambassador is a non-levy funded item. It is anticipated to be funded through the SWB Benefit Reserve, and that's included at $30,000. And the Virtual Streetscape Pedestrian and Traffic Tool, included at $10,000, is also non-levy funded. It's to be funded through the Corporate Information Reserve. So the operating net levy change is actually a reduction of $54,620 as it stands right now, which will be illustrated over the next few slides. So this chart is showing the comparison of the 2021 proposed operating net levy versus the 2020 final operating levy by division. The chart showing that the net levy for community services is about $400,000 higher, which is due to the COVID-related impacts I mentioned earlier. There's approximately $600,000 in anticipated lost revenues and about $200,000 overall reduction in expenses. Community services has the largest area of lost revenue for the town, but are also one of the most heavily restricted because of the many programs, are for children and the aquatics programs and all of that stuff. Just because the revenues go down doesn't necessarily mean that all of the costs go away too. This chart also shows that financial services has a net levy reduction of about $580,000, which again is because of the COVID Safe Restart funding that was received in 2020 that will be applied in 2021. So this chart is showing the changes in revenues between 2020 and 2021. Again, community services has taken a significant hit in revenues for 2021, entirely related to COVID assumptions. The only other relatively major change here is in development services. There's about $100,000 increase in building revenues anticipated, which does not have a net levy impact. The remaining difference is due to a difference in how the municipal accommodation tax revenues have been budgeted for in 2021. In 2020, because it was the first full year of the program, it was unclear what the revenues would be. So for the revenue, the revenues were budgeted to offset the costs that were expected for 2020. In 2021, because we have a year under our belt with the program, we've estimated the MAT revenues to be collected at $545,000. If more revenues are collected, more funds will be transferred into the MAT reserve. So this chart is similar to the previous, however, it's a comparison of the expenses year over year by division. Again, community services is showing a relatively large decrease, which is mainly due to reduction in program costs like SWB related to COVID. Similar to the jump in development services revenues, their expenses have also increased relatively drastically. Again, this is due to the MAT budget. We've budgeted to receive $545,000, but 70% of those funds are to be remitted to the MAT board. So this 70% contribution has also been budgeted for as an expense. The MAT does not affect the net levy since any of the excess funds are transferred into the MAT reserve. Financial services has increased by about $150,000 in expenses, which is mainly made up of almost $100,000 increase in anticipated insurance premiums and $45,000 for the council initiative for the community improvement plan incentives. Legislative services also includes an increase in expenses of about $150,000 as well, which is made up mostly of the one-time non-levy funded items that I mentioned earlier, like the building IT purchases, the webcasting, IT service review, etc. So the reserve transfers that fund these items aren't reflected in this chart. This is just the expenses. So this slide is showing the breakdown of the 2021 variances into the various categories that we previously discussed. So as you can see, the COVID changes show huge swings in specific divisions, mainly community services, the library, and financial services. The one-time items show that more items were removed in 2021 than were added, and the same is true for the non-annual recurring items. The largest impact was the removal of the bridge needs study for $20,000, which will be required again in 2022. So this is showing the breakdown of the operating levy by division in 2021. The proportions are relatively consistent with previous years for operations, community services, and the library. Due to the corporate services restructuring, development services now has a greater proportion of the net levy as a result of the marketing department being moved from corporate services to development services. So these charts are showing a few key items that really are not surprising. So financial services brings in the highest percentage of revenue because it includes things like the OMPF funding, interest, all of that stuff. Operations is the highest expense division since it relates to operating the roads, fleet, parks, cemetery, transit, fire, all of those big departments. Development services brings in 26% of the revenues and is only actually 16% of the total expenses. And community services only brings in 17% of the revenues, but spends 23% of the total expenses. So I'm going to start going through division by division and kind of highlighting some key points by division here. So in the CAO and Human Resources, this is showing the breakdown of the operating net levy between the CAO and HR departments. It makes sense that the HR department would make up a greater proportion here because of the town-wide types of costs that are included here, things like corporate training, health and safety, and corporate memberships. So there's no revenue in either of these departments, so I've only shown the expense breakdown by department. The HR department has a greater proportion of expenses, again, due to things like corporate-wide items, like the corporate training, health and safety, and corporate memberships. So some of the significant changes here. Overall, in the CAO and HR budgets, we've seen a reduction in meals and accommodations and mileage lines by about 52%, which equates to just over $4,500. Of this $4,500, meals have been reduced by about $3,300 and mileage has been reduced by $1,200. There's also been a transfer of legal costs to the clerk's department from the CAO budget, and this is for the legal and agreements coordinator and the work that they do. There's no net levy impact to this transfer. It's just a reduction in the CAO budget and an increase in the legal and agreements budget. So moving on to legislative services. The greatest proportion of the legislative services operating levy is the IT department, which includes not only the IT department specifically, but the corporate-wide IT as well. So things like the landline phones, internet costs, most software licensing costs, unless the software is specific to a department, security and operating system software, all of those things are included in this IT budget. So the clerk's department and the legal and agreements budget are anticipated to bring in over 99% of the revenues for this division. And this is done via roadshow allowances, the dock lease occupation permits, marriage licenses, and burial permits. On the expense side, the IT department makes up the bulk of the expenses, but again, this includes corporate-wide IT. Of the $682,000 in IT expenses budgeted for 2021, almost 54% is made up of the corporate-wide costs, 45% is made up of the IT department SWB, and the remaining approximately 1% is made up of the IT department costs, including things like training, travel costs, office supplies, that type of thing. So included in these costs are non-levy funded items like the $25,000 in building department IT purchases and the modernization fund projects like the IT service review and the dual factor authentication, which total about $71,000. So this is just the expenses. It's not showing the reserve transfers that fund those expenses. The highest proportion of these costs, or the next highest proportion of the costs in legislative services relate to governance. So of the $405,000 in expenses, 85% of this relates to SWB for council members and an allocation of staff time related to council and committee meetings. So also included in this $405,000 in 2021 is just over $15,000 for webcasting, which is anticipated to be funded through the Records Management Reserve and the Modernization Fund. So some of the significant changes year over year. So overall, we're looking at a reduction in meals and accommodations and mileage lines by about 45% overall. So this equates to just under $4,000. Meals and accommodations have been reduced by about $2,100 and mileage has been reduced by about $1,800. So it is anticipated that the webcasting project will be entirely funded through reserves. So as it stands in the current draft budget, $5,500 will be funded through the Modernization Reserve and $10,000 through the Records Management Reserve. So there have been a number of transfers between departments, which do not have a net levy impact. So the new Legal and Agreements Coordinator has a separate budget for 2021 going forward. Some of the work that will now be done by the coordinator has been completed from and shifted from other departments like Parks and Planning. So in the past, the Parks Department held the dock lease occupation permit revenue. Since this work will now be done by the Legal and Agreements Coordinator, the revenue has been moved from Parks and has actually been increased for 2021. So a total of $6,000 of revenues has been transferred from Parks. The roadshow allowances will now also be done by this coordinator. So a total of just under $15,000 of revenues has been removed from the planning department budget and added here. There's also $5,000 in legal expenses that were transferred from the CAO budget that I mentioned earlier. In prior years, there was a leasing cost of just under $7,200 related to the High Street parking lot. Since this is now a town-owned lot, there's no leasing cost to be incurred. So this has been removed from the budget going forward. So there are the one-time minor hardware costs of $25,000 anticipated for the building department, and this is related to the new eSolutions electronic permitting system. So it is anticipated to be fully funded by the building department, so there will be no net levy impact. So there are several modernization projects included in this draft budget. Things like the IT service review, the dual factor authentication. So these are projects that will be fully funded through the modernization funds. The district server hosting has also been added this year at a cost of $24,000 to the IT budget and will be an annual cost going forward. And the last item is the virtual pedestrian and traffic tool that I mentioned earlier. So it's a council initiative expected to cost about $10,000 and is to be funded through the Corporate Information Reserve. So moving on to financial services. Because of the significant amount of grants recorded in the finance and COVID-19 departments, the operating levy is a bit confusing to decipher. So what this chart is showing is that the finance and COVID-19 departments are actually bringing in more money than they're spending because of the grants. And those excess funds are being used to fund not only the departments within financial services, but organizationally as well. So this is always the case with financial services because it includes the big OMPF funding every year. So these charts are showing that although the majority of the revenues are coming in from the finance department, the majority of the costs relate to insurance. So the bulk of the $980,000 cost in insurance come from the insurance premiums and deductibles. In the finance department, just under 80% of the $760,000 total costs relate to SWB. And the finance department also includes the $45,000 council initiative for the community improvement plan incentives. So some of the significant changes in financial services. Overall, there's a reduction in travel costs, so including meals and accommodations and mileage, by about 75%, which equates to just under $4,500. So meals has been reduced by $2,800 and mileage by $1,700. So it is anticipated that the insurance premiums will increase by about $95,000. So as a result of the increase in insurance premiums, the costs recovered from the building department will also increase. This is essentially revenue in the insurance budget and an expense in the building department. It's because the building department is self-funded, this increase in cost allocations help to reduce the overall net levy. So it's also expected that as a result of current market rates and trends that interest revenue will decline. So since this will be the first full year in the Prudent Investor Program, and it's unclear what interest rates will do throughout the year as a result of COVID, we have estimated that these revenues will decrease by about $34,000. It's also expected that interest and penalties on taxes are expected to follow on the historical trends. So we've estimated that these revenues will increase by about $24,000. Based on historical trends and the new growth in the town, we're estimating to receive approximately $45,000 more in supplementary taxes for 2021. As I mentioned on the previous slide, the council initiative for the community improvement plan incentives for $45,000 is also included for 2021. And the phase 1 safe restart funding received in 2020 has been applied entirely to 2021 to help offset the related losses throughout the organization related to COVID. As I mentioned previously, the overall effect is a net levy reduction of about $468,000. So in community services, this chart is pretty clearly showing that the facilities department is the largest piece of the community services pie, and shows that the maintenance of all town-owned facilities will still be required to continue regardless of program offerings in 2021. So a few things in these charts really pop out to me. The sales and customer service department brings in 43% of the total divisional revenue, while only spending about 15% of the expenses. And the facilities department is just over half of the total divisional expenses, which makes sense since they're maintaining all of the town-owned facilities. So some of the significant changes in community services, we are seeing an overall reduction in meals and accommodations and mileage by about 61%, which equates to just under $10,500. So meals has been reduced by about $7,000 and mileage by about $3,500. There's also been a significant reduction in revenues as a result of COVID-19. So these reductions equate to about $670,000, which is offset by a reduction in program costs and part-time SWB. So corporate-wide personal protective equipment and additional custodial supplies were also added as a result of COVID, which total approximately $43,000. There's also been a redistribution of the arts, culture, and heritage portfolio of work to various departments that will happen by the end of 2021. So the majority of program costs were transferred to the sales and customer service department. As a result of this, several department-specific costs like office supplies, cell phone, travel expenses were removed entirely from the budget. The existing workload is to be divvied up and handled by existing staff in other departments. So another big change was a number of utility items, including hydro, natural gas, water, and sewer, which were reduced at the Summit Center as a result of a number of things. So there was the removal of the 2020 one-time pool refilling costs. So these utility costs were about $15,000. So those were removed. There was also a decrease in utility usage for the motivations rental space. So things like not running showers or treadmills, which takes up a lot of hydro. So there was a reduction because of that. There was also a reduction for only having one ice pad in for half the year. So as I mentioned in the budget package, the assumption is that the Don Low rink will be in for the full year, but the Jack Bionda Arena is expected to not open as an ice pad until fall of 2021. So there were quite a few removals of 2021 one-time costs, which I previously mentioned on that one-time item slide. So also included in 2021 are the addition of 2 full-time operator 2 positions for the year. The facilities department has been in need of additional staff resources for a number of years, and the maintenance and cleaning of certain facilities has suffered as a result, including facilities like Town Hall. Now with the facilities department taking on the maintenance and cleaning of the library building as well, it's more important than ever to increase the staffing complement in that department. These positions are funded through savings in other areas, including the Arts, Culture, and Heritage budget, and through the removal of the custodial contract of $32,000. So as I just alluded to, there was the removal of the library custodial contract because this will now be handled internally by facility staff. There was also an increase in snow removal costs for the steps at the library of about $16,000. And the last item here is the addition of the non-annual recurring electrical panel scanning, which has been included for $10,000 for 2021. In 2022, this will be removed, and we'll see it again in 2023. So I'm going to pass it over to Simone.
Good morning, Council. I just wanted to address the Community Services budget. The Community Services 21 projected budget in front of you is based on a cautious yet hopeful plan to respond to the well-being of our community and to be fiscally responsible. The proposed budget is focused on recovery, reinvention, and resilience. Today's complex health, social, economic, and environmental challenges require a fluid response. Although we do not have the experience of recovering from a pandemic, the budget is based on what we know and how flexible and nimble we can be moving into the future. We are rethinking every program and service and its delivery. We are modifying programs to meet restricted numbers placed on us by COVID regulations and instruction letters. The Community Services Division's projected budget reflects the ability to modify programs, shift focus, and adjust offerings to meet health regulations, customer needs, and community desire. We are following health and science and our professional associations, as well as other municipalities, to help us guide us through this process. We're also listening to our customers, our community, our partners, and stakeholders to be able to provide the services they demand for their physical and mental well-being. As this situation evolves, it is imperative that we continually anticipate, adapt, manage risks, and assess the suitability of the plan to move forward. The proposed budget outlines many changes, adaptations, and modifications to our program and service offerings and the way that we deliver them. This modification is fluid and ever-changing. It is easily adapted to changes and opportunities as they occur and are offered. We have been reassessing and modifying every program and every delivery since March 15th of 2020, and we will continue to do so. Therefore, I'd like to submit that although the proposed budget sees revenues down, the community services staff will continue to modify programs and offerings to leverage revenues, save on costs, and reorganize while continuing to report back on the ever-changing environment we are in each quarter ahead. The Community Service Division offers the experiences that result from freely chosen participation in physical, social, intellectual, and creative pursuits that enhance individual and community well-being. The value and necessity of this service is often viewed as intangible, but it is recognized by our community members, our community staff, our community services staff, corporate staff, and our council. An investment in community services is an investment in our economic, social, and personal well-being. As providers, facilitators, promoters of recreation, special events, meetings, attractions, theater, sports, our municipal government indicates that it embraces the initiatives that support a healthy community. We have included in our budget a number of items to help us build resilience and recover from this COVID pandemic. They include master plan. We've suggested changes. Those are outlined in the budget, and I'll be happy to answer those questions later on. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Simone. So I'm going to move on to development services now. So a few things to note on this chart. The building department's net levy is 0 because it's self-funded. The marketing and bylaw department net levy proportions are higher because those departments have lower revenues than the other departments like building and planning. So some significant points to draw from these charts. The building department is by far the largest revenue generating department and is also the highest cost proportion. So as I mentioned, as I previously mentioned, the MAT revenues are expected to have been, the MAT revenues and expenses have been broken out in the budget this year. So there is a higher proportion of both the revenues and expenses. The marketing department is also now part of the division. So some of the major changes in development services, we are seeing an overall reduction in meals and accommodations and mileage by about 44%, which equates to just over $8,700. So meals has been reduced by $8,000 and mileage reduced by about $700. So this is largely due to the fact that mileage costs are mainly a result of site visits for building and planning. So since a reduction in the operations of these departments isn't expected, the mileage costs are expected to be relatively consistent. The reduction in mileage mainly dealt with the reductions for other departments within the division, like economic development and the development services other budget sheet and marketing. For 2021 only, the summer parking ambassador position has been replaced with a 4-month bylaw officer position to help with the regular operations of the department. The net cost for 2021 is just about $14,000. The spring and summer ambassador has also been added for 2021 at a cost of $30,000, and this is expected to be funded through the SWB reserve. The building department, as I mentioned previously, has included a one-time cost or a one-time increase in legal fees of $15,000 for 2021, and this is to close open permits. So this will be funded by the building department and has no net levy impact. Also in the building department, the eSolutions one-time cost from 2020 of $15,000 has been removed. We're also seeing an increase of approximately $32,000 in costs allocated to the building department. So these costs are funded through the building department and is essentially revenue in the other department. So there's actually an overall net levy reduction as a result of this. The more costs funded through the building department, the more the levy is reduced. So due to a start date delay in 2020, the building and planning GIS contract position has been extended into 2021 as well. The community permit or community planning permit project is anticipated to be completed and implemented in 2021, which is expected to result in some decreased revenues due to a change in fee structure. So as I mentioned in legislative services, the roadshow allowances revenue of about $15,000 has been transferred to the legal and agreements budget for 2021 going forward. So also included in the economic development budget is $41,500 in cash contribution to the Huntsville Laker Base Chamber for the Winter Snowfest and Light Festival. There's also a further just over $46,000 of in-kind contribution, which does not have a levy impact in 2021. So the municipal accommodation projects for 2020 have been removed with the exception of the MHP video for $11,000. And that's because it was not completed in 2020. 2021 projects that have been added into the municipal accommodation tax budget include the streetscape marketing and wayfinding signage for $30,000. The marketing department is also working very hard to be AODA compliant and has included a one-time PDF accessibility remediation project of $30,000 in the 2021 budget. And this is anticipated to be funded through the website reserve. Okay, so moving on to operations and protective services. Roads and fleet is the highest net impact in this division because of the fact there are not a lot of revenues and the bulk of the high cost items are included in this department. So the proportions are consistent with previous years within this division. Fire is the highest revenue generating department in this division, largely because of the Lake of Bays contributions. Transit revenues have decreased as a result of COVID, so the proportion has decreased slightly from prior years. There are additional snow removal revenues in the roads department as well for 2021 for parking lot snow removal. So roads is the highest expense department, largely due to the high cost of fleet fuel, maintenance, and winter control costs. Some of the significant changes in operations and protective services, we're seeing an overall reduction in travel costs of about $52,000 or 52%, sorry, which equates to just under $8,200. So there's no mileage budget in this division, so the entire reduction relates to meals and accommodations. There has been some restructuring of the SWB to ensure that the division is leveraging the SWB dollars to the greatest extent possible. The net cost of replacing one operator one position with two full-time parks attendants is approximately $69,000. So fuel costs have increased by approximately $44,000, and this is just based on historical spending. There's also been a reduction in contractor costs of over $115,000. So this includes a $57,000 reduction based on the anticipated needs. And the removal of the parking lot snow removal contractor for $65,000. There was also the removal of the bridge needs assessment for $20,000 in 2021. This will be required again in 2022. So as I mentioned when going through legislative services, the dock lease occupation permits will now be dealt with by the legal and agreements coordinator. A total of $6,000 in revenues and the corresponding reserve transfer has been transferred to that budget sheet. There's no net levy impact as a result of this change. So, and there was the non-annual recurring costs for the infield leveling of the new surface at McCully Sports Field. And that's been added at $8,000 for 2021. So this is anticipated to be required every 2 years. So moving on to the capital budget. When the town is replacing the roof on a building or performing bridge repairs, this is the capital budget at work. So each year the town collects the capital levy, which is set aside for asset management so we can pay for current and future repairs and replacement of our infrastructure. So this is showing the breakdown of where the funds will be spent in 2021. Not shockingly, the highest spending will be for roads, bridges, and fleet projects, and this does include the streetscape project. A detailed listing of the capital projects for 2021 has been included in the agenda package as Appendix B in the budget report. So in past years, capital spending has, on average, exceeded capital funding, which has created an overall funding shortfall. That being said, several of the reserves were very well funded and others were significantly underfunded. Last year, a detailed analysis of the departmental capital requirements was undertaken to ensure that the departmental capital contributions reflect the proportionate needs of each department, rather than just maintaining a specified annual percentage increase across all departments. So this year, departmental funding gaps were used to determine the optimal annual increase for each department in order to shrink the total funding gap and replenish any depleted capital reserves. So this approach is recommended to be continued going forward to ensure that a sustainable long-term financial plan for capital is maintained, not only organizationally, but departmentally as well. So the spike in capital spending in 2022 and 2024 relate directly to the Medill building, the pool, and the Jack Bionda Arena projects. So at this point, the Medill building project is dependent on the 2021 Medill consulting project included in the proposed capital projects for 2021. So none of these projects have grants associated with them right now, but if grants are available, we will definitely apply for them. So this table outlines the differences in each of the departmental capital contributions from 2020. So as you can see, there isn't a specific percentage applied to every department. Some department contributions decrease slightly since those departments tend to have lower capital needs and higher existing reserve balances. Some departments also increase significantly. The most notable increase is to fleet, which has been severely underfunded over the last few years. So the significant increase in allocation to fleet will help to more rapidly rebuild this reserve. So this is showing the total capital reserves, the red line, and the total of all of the town reserve balances. So that's the blue line. So this graph is consistent with the fact that there is an annual funding deficit or funding gap in the capital contributions. As we continue to reduce this gap, the lines will flatten and then eventually begin to rise. I think it's important to note here that the capital plans do not currently include any grant funding. So if grant funding can be secured for any of the capital projects listed in the capital plans for future years, this will help to increase the reserve balances. So any grants that are available to cover capital plan items will certainly be sought after. The rationale behind not including grant funding in the capital plan is that the town can't rely on unsustainable or unknown sources of funding. Any one-time or unpredicted funding can be used to reduce the infrastructure deficit or fund those large projects like the Medill building, the pool, the arena. So the purpose of ensuring a good financing strategy is to ensure that the town can afford to replace its existing capital assets without significant increases in taxes or incurring new debt or reducing service levels. So paying for infrastructure replacement out of the reserve funds means no new debt, no interest, and no significant tax increases. Also, the reserves do not include any of the obligatory reserves such as development charges or parkland. And no additional debentures have been factored into the capital plans either. So if debentures were taken to fund a capital project in future years, this will help to increase the reserve balances as they're shown. Okay, so the town's debt relates to the capital projects in previous years. As you can see from the chart above, significant principal payments are being made each year, which results in a relatively quick decrease of the interest payments required. The higher the principal payments made, the faster the interest expense will decrease. So this chart shows the historical rates for assessment increase, levy increase, and tax rate increases. So I wanted to highlight a few key points. So as you can see, both the tax rate and the levy increase for 2021 are less than half the average rates over the past 4 years, even when the assessments have seen an almost 2% increase. Comparing to 2017, the assessment increase was less than what we're expecting for 2021, while the levy increase was almost double 2021's levy change. And the tax rate increase was almost 4 times the 2021 tax rate change included in this draft budget. So there is a moderate assessment increase for 2021 of 1.91%. This assessment increase was initially expected to be quite a bit higher, but since the 2020 assessments were delayed by MPAC as a result of COVID-19, this increase has been considerably less for 2021. We are expecting this to be quite a bit higher for 2022. Okay, so this is showing the overall impact to a taxpayer in Huntsville. So yes, the Huntsville tax rate has gone up, but the education rate is estimated to be reduced this year by about 4%, which is estimated to result in a net rate increase to the taxpayer of only 0.26%. So this means that for a property assessed at $300,000, $300,000. The property tax bill is estimated to increase by about $6 for 2021. So this is assuming no phased in assessment growth. But year over year at $300,000 assessed property, we're looking at a $6 increase. So I will stop sharing my screen. And I'm available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Reva. That was a lot of information provided. And Council, are you ready to dive in with questions? I'll start with Councillor Weeb.
Sorry, I think I'm having some technical issues. I was just wondering if the baseball diamonds hadn't been used this last year, why we would have to level them starting in 2021. Why wouldn't we push that off to 2022?
Probably Director Hernan will answer that.
There we go. Through you, Mayor Terziano. So it's recommended we do it every 2 years. They will be used next year as our anticipation, and our plan was to do it at the end of the season type thing, late July, early August. And the concept with it being a new clay lining type field, we want to make sure the staff are doing them properly, because we had that same discussion and we said, well, if we're not grooming them properly, we want to catch it early so it can be corrected. And we also feel that after the first year of play, they will get a fair bit of compaction, which hasn't happened. So we think that it's a wise move to do it next year, make sure that we're doing it properly, make sure everything's proper and good moving forward.
Okay, Council, just before the next question, I realized I didn't read the resolution, so I will do that. Moved by Councillor Fitzgerald and seconded by Councillor Withey. Whereas the Budget Working Group has presented and recommends approval of the Town Draft 2021 Consolidated Budget as outlined in Report Corp 2020-53. Now, therefore, it is recommended that the Town Draft 2021 Consolidated Budget as outlined in Corp 2020-53 be forwarded to Council for consideration. So that is the resolution. Now, we'll continue with questions. Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Reva, for a fantastic overview and a really thorough report. There was so much information. I know that the mayor made reference to that, and so of course, with so much information, that it leaves you wide open for a whole bunch of questions. So I think I'm going to start off with, if I may, and I'll come back to other questions later. And it's respect to the community services budget, and actually it's more of an overview. And I really listened very carefully to Simone's comments with respect to the value of our community services, and I think they're really valuable. So one of the things that I saw this as I was reading the budget, and it really stood out to me, and it was emphasized today with your overview, and that is the reassigning of our arts and culture and heritage budget. And looking at the details of our budget, we basically have denuded anything with reference to arts, culture, and heritage. And I know we lost a position, we had a retirement, so I understand that. And because of COVID, obviously there are other reasons why people were reassigned. I get that too. But what I guess really concerns me in this budget is the next year following 21, because the fact that we've reassigned, and there's a question in this, I'm not quite sure how we've reassigned certain functions, because I look at, roads are really important, library is important, all planning and all of those services to the municipality are really important. But to me, arts and culture and heritage are really the heart and the soul when we go forward with marketing and all of those things, part of what we market is what makes our community tick. And so I look at and say, we don't actually have a line item anymore for arts and culture and heritage. For the last 5 years, I think our town has done exceedingly well in our culture days. In fact, I think we've placed #1 across the country for a town of our size. And I realize that's in partnership with our BIA and our chamber and all of that, but the town played a very important pivotal role in that. So I worry when I see that we've denuded that, that what happens in 2022, are we bringing it back? Do we have a plan around that? So really, in fairness, I'm actually asking Simone, but I'm also turning that question to council as well, because if that's the direction that council wants to give, then I think that's worthy of a discussion, because that's not the direction I want to give. I want a place for arts, culture, and heritage somewhere in this budget. And I don't know what it looks like. And maybe, Simone, you're going to tell me that, yes, we haven't denuded it. It's live and well. But I think what I saw, it's in sales and marketing. And I don't think that's the same as having a line item that deals with culture and heritage. And so I guess my first question is, Simone, I see you. And so any type of response you can give me on that would be most welcome.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Terziano. Nancy, we are alive and well. This is who we are. We are arts, culture, heritage. It is important. It is in our blood. It is who we are in Huntsville. So it's not going away. So rest assured. But what we've done is reassign some of the portfolio. We've looked at the business plans and the assignments on our plate. For 21, we're adjusting. And then in 22, we're going to come back with a more streamlined plan about what we can do and what we will do. But we will keep all of those items in our business plan. We're still checking off those boxes. These are important aspects to our community services division. And although we've a little bit reassigned things within the department, they're not leaving the department. They're staying within the department. We are making sure Canada Day happens. We're making sure Indigenous Day happens. All of those programs that we run and see are public art displays. We just have reassigned them within full-time staff that are currently here.
Follow-up? Thank you. I do have a follow-up, and I appreciate that response, Simone. Absolutely. And I know it's on your radar. But here I'm going to give you very specific, because you made reference to it. I know that just as we've had to pivot, so has the external, the external organizations. They're pivoting as well, and they're trying to carry on with some of their events. And I know that, we've had an agreement with the Art Society with respect to art shows in our partners' hall. And part of that is every month they come in, they display new works, and it's fantastic, right? I know I've purchased, it's a big problem for me because I purchase things there, but so do a lot of people, and they go and they visit. But so we've reassigned. However, I don't think we've completely reassigned. And again, this isn't directed at you. This is directed at what we as a community value. And I think that my understanding is that the HFA is reconsidering continuing with that because there isn't anyone to sort of manage or be there, so that they don't want to put paintings in the partners hall if no one is there to sort of be accountable. And so that's an immediate impact to an existing contract. And again, in 2021, I recognize things are different, and I go back to it. We have to recognize that it's already having an impact. So it might be in us, but the decisions we're making are having an impact that are rippling out to the arts and culture community. So on that one, maybe, do you have a response on that specific situation?
Through you, Mayor Terziano. Yes, Nancy, we do have a plan currently, and this particular month is quite challenging. We have some holidays. We have some staff moving around out of town hall to give some space. There's some logistics and some things that we're working through right now. It is totally our intention to come back in January and have those partnerships flourish. That is a priority for sure.
I really appreciate hearing that, Simone, and I apologize, Your Worship, but I just wanted to close that one out. So I appreciate hearing that. And as I said, it came from the fact that we zeroed out on a particularly important, as I said, the heart and soul. So I hear you, and you're saying the heart and soul still exists and we're on top of it. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to the next question. Councillor Schumacher.
Well, I guess just to follow up to Deputy Mayor Alcott's plea to all of us, and I believe that we all do agree with you, and that arts, culture, and heritage is a big part of Huntsville, and that, I mean, yeah, we could fix all our roads, but if we don't have anywhere to go on those roads, we want to have that. And I think part of the line items that we are looking at is the big one is the master plan for community services. And I think that's a huge piece that I think you'll see when we delve into that. Is part of that master plan is the arts, culture, and heritage piece for community services.
Thanks for that. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question, and I don't really know who to address this to, but looking at the spring and summer ambassador, okay, the $30,000 cost for that, I'm just wondering, given the nature of that particular position, whether that could be paid out of the out of MAT. Could somebody give me a response to that?
Julia?
I guess it could be if that was what council decided to put it into the MAP budget. I think most of the funds have been allocated for 2021 for the funds that we expect to receive, but we probably could put that in there. We have that coming from an SWB reserve as a one-time item, so that's where it's sitting right now. But it could be put to the MAT if it was directly related to tourism.
I think maybe the restrictions on using MAP money restricts us from using it for SWB costs. So I don't know about that actually.
Well, that's what I was curious about, Your Worship, whether or not there was restrictions with regards to our agreement with the usage of MAP money type of thing. But it just seemed like that this is really a position that would sort of fit into that particular group, I thought. And anyway, it's hardly here nor there. It's just a question I had, more out of curiosity than anything else.
We've also been having some discussions, and I think Director Maxwell will be bringing a report back as to just what that summer ambassador position looks like, and if we will actually have it in the same capacity that we've had it previously. So it may be something that doesn't end up in this budget, or it may be a different. We do have a report coming on that though. Councillor Stone.
The $10,000 for the virtual pedestrian and traffic tool. Originally, we thought that we wanted and needed that to help us through streetscape, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen for streetscape. Do we need it at all?
Who's got more information on that? Kirsten.
Thank you, Your Worship. This was a tool that was proposed to be a site-specific app that would be able to be used by anybody coming to Huntsville, but we're looking at using different existing apps like the Municipal 511 and seeing what we can tie in. So we will review that and report back if it's still going to be required.
So we're setting aside the $10,000 in the budget for it, but we haven't decided to actually do it yet.
I believe that the funds for that app were proposed to come out of the Corporate Information Reserve, but it's something that we'll be definitely looking into because we were still trying to determine what Municipal 511 capabilities were available and how that would work from that perspective. So it had been allocated from, I believe it was the September General Committee when we brought forward all of our streetscape initiatives.
Thanks.
Councillor Withy.
Good morning. First off, thank you, Your Worship. Does it matter that I'm listed as a seconder to this motion when I don't support it? That's the quick one. I don't know.
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay, thanks. So, this is, a good start on this. I think there's a lot of issues here that we still need to address to get to the 0% tax increase with what I'm looking at. Particularly throughout the budget, I came upon $160,000 in consulting fees spread out over different places. Governance has $20,000, 500 consultant Canada. Some say $70,000 in consulting. I don't understand why we need all these consultants. I think we have very capable and skilled staff that should be able to run these things without that line. I see all the reductions in meals and accommodations and mileage. Again, there's still another almost $28,000 in there that I don't think we're going to need in 2021 because I don't believe anyone's going anywhere next calendar year with COVID still being around. And if there is situations that it does need to come back, then we just bring it in as a variance. Other than, I mean, I don't want to take up all the time. There is some other $20,000 in governance for discretionary. Don't know what that's for. I certainly, as you've heard me say before, I'm not in favor of having these built-in slush funds in departments for just somebody to use at their discretion. I just wanted to make a comment that every time we talk about a number and it's coming out of reserves as if it doesn't affect taxpayers, I'm pretty sure taxpayers fund the reserves too. So it's kind of a straw argument to say, well, we're going to do this, but it's coming out of reserves. And then in the next conversation, it's like, oh, we got to pump more money into reserves. That's still tax dollars. There is only one taxpayer. The only thing exempt from this, as far as I can see, is donations or MAT. I agree with the mayor about this summer ambassador. In the last discussion I remember having about it is we had no clue what this person was really doing or where they're going to be stationed or what their responsibilities are. I note that there's a half a bylaw officer being added, which I think could be part of that as well. Anyway, I still think there's a lot of movement that can be made here in some of these line items. And I still think we can easily get to, we're only something like $300,000 away from having a 0% tax increase. And I think we can easily find that, or we can look at reducing a one-time reduction to the increase in our reserve transfer, which I emphasize is an increase in reserve transfer of over $600,000. With the anticipated increase in revenue from MPAC reassessments next year and possibly some more money, which I would bet on coming from another COVID relief fund amount of money from the province. I think we can afford it. I think we've got, I believe our community is suffering. Our business owners are suffering. There's people out of work due to COVID who are going to get their tax bills again, and call it symbolic or whatever. But I think we really need to present them with a 0% increase for 2021. That's my statement. Sorry, there wasn't really a question in there other than all the bits and pieces that I've been through to come to the delta that I want. Thanks.
Does finance want to address any of the comments? Sure, Julia, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to just provide a bit of context just for meals and accommodation and travel. I think it's important to note that it's not just for travel to conferences, that sort of thing. It's also for travel, as Riva pointed out, for the planning and building department, where they travel for site visits, that sort of thing. We also have staff that go out and get supplies that don't necessarily have a vehicle. So it's just important to note that. Also with consulting, all the consulting that's in the budget is mainly very specific to what the projects are, with the exception of the CAO's budget, which is used for a lot of small consulting projects that are ongoing throughout the year. With the Canada Summit Centre, there is $70,000 in there, and that's for the community master plan, and that's actually been put up for RFP. So that's that $70,000 that was also approved through the modernization fund. For roadworks, the consulting that's done for the roadworks, it varies year to year, and that's for the roads need study, the bridge needs study, the sign reflectivity work that needs to be done each year, as well as the sidewalks that need to get inspected. So that's what makes that up. But the bulk of the consulting fees are within the planning division, and this was brought forward to the planning department for approval, and that was the secondary plan and the zoning bylaw. So those in total cost $120,000. So that is the bulk of the consulting fees that are in there. The other one is corporate IT, and that's the IT services review. That's also in there, and that was also brought forward to council and approved through the modernization fund. The other thing I just wanted to point out was there's just mention of the discretionary funds. We don't have discretionary budgets in any of our staff budgets. This is actually the council budget. So this is the discretionary, I think it's $20,000 that's up to council on that amount. We haven't touched that. If there's a change to that amount, that would be up to council to make that change. And that was all I had.
Okay. Councilor with the follow-up?
Thank you, Your Worship. $70,000 to do a master plan. I don't understand why we can't do that in-house. I mean, why do we need a consultant to come in and tell us how to do a master plan? Same with strategic planning. We should be able to do those on our own. Any other board I've been on that's had a strategic plan, we've managed to do it ourselves without consultants. I note that the building department meals and accommodations and mileage is $2,500 and $1,340. I'm not suggesting we eliminate that as far as certainly mileage, because I understand inspectors have to go around, but the delta on that is almost $28,000. So there's other departments that still have mileage in there, like the theater has mileage in there. Economic development has mileage in there. There's a whole bunch of them. Corporate IT has $300 in mileage. The insurance budget has $200 in mileage and $300 in meals and accommodations. Why are those still there? I don't think they're necessary. These are things that are just keep recurring in our budgets every year. I don't know if they just get spent to keep the numbers in there, or if they just sit there and not get spent. Like you mentioned the council discretionary fund for 20 grand. I mean, I would support keeping some of that money as the mayor's discretionary account. I know in the past, the mayor used their discretionary account to put the flagpole in Rivermill Park, for example. So there might be a bit in there, but if these numbers are just sitting there and it's resulting in increased taxes to the taxpayer, I don't think we need to do that. I think this is where we need, particularly in this year, to really sharpen ourselves up and get rid of this stuff that's just reoccurring and in my opinion, wasteful and not necessary. Thank you.
I saw Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may, I think I'm going to follow up a little bit too on Councillor Withey's comments, and I appreciate, Julia, your response to the consulting fees. I confess, I was trying to look at the budget with a different lens because 2021 is our recovery resilient period, and so I appreciate what staff has done by all of the decreases across the board on travel. But I kind of concur with Councillor Withey in the sense that, we're probably not doing a whole lot of travel next year. And so maybe just one more crack at that through the COVID lens. So I kind of concur with him on that. The other on consulting, and maybe this is where it would be helpful. I recognize you said that a lot of the consulting costs we've discussed at council, but there are some that maybe I need to be reminded. I was looking at the HR budget, and I think there's 13,400 in there for consulting. And again, it's maybe something that we looked at, and I just can't remember. But it's that sort of thing. You think, well, maybe next year it's not as necessary. I absolutely concur with Councillor Withey on the discretionary fund. If it's 20,000, maybe we cut that in half. I don't know. And it's just the mayor's discretionary fund. So I agree with that. But in addition to that, and I'm sure there's a reason. So there's a question here. Almost every department and every branch within the department has a line item for professional development. And if you add all of the professional development costs up, I didn't do the numbers and add it all up, but I think it actually is reasonably substantial. And again, I understand, I don't want to, I think it's important that we support our staff, and part of supporting staff is good health benefits and all of those things and professional development. But maybe in 2021, staff has to look at and say, is it critical that we set aside whatever it is, $8,000 or $6,000 for professional development? Maybe what we set aside is what's absolutely critical to maintain credentials or things that are mandatory. And maybe staff, there is a question here, maybe staff has already done that and everything under professional development is mandatory. But if it's not mandatory, maybe 2021 is a bit of a breather year to go through our recovery, and then we revisit in 2022. So there is a question there, and that is around professional development. Is everything that's identified in that mandatory?
Is there anyone that wants to jump in on that question? Or we'll leave it with you for the next meeting.
I think,
Go ahead, Julie.
I think for professional development, I think the directors would all agree that it is important to be investing in the staff and making sure that we are keeping our professional development up to date, especially right now because of what's going on, and just making sure that we are, we're keeping ahead of things. I think staff do a good job at looking at ways to have professional development where it doesn't cost a lot of money as well. But there are some cases where it is quite expensive, especially with the facilities department and some of the other more technical areas where there is training that it is quite expensive. Like to get your B ticket, it's a substantial cost, and we want to make sure that we're continuing to invest in staff so that we do have people that do have those credentials.
I think just further to that, and Deputy Mayor Alcock raises a good question though, and she put it quite well where she said it is important to us that our staff is well trained and receives what they need to receive. But the question was, is absolutely every penny we're spending mandatory? mandatory in this 2021 year? And I think that that deserves an answer. And I'm not saying that if it's not mandatory, it shouldn't be done. I'm just saying, is there stuff we're doing that we could set aside for a year? I think it's a fair question. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Alcock, jumping in there. You go ahead with your follow-up, though.
No, thank you, Your Worship. And again, I appreciate your comment. And I want to reiterate, I absolutely support professional development. I think it's critical that staff are able to keep up, and especially with the demands that we put on everybody. So please don't misunderstand me. That's very important. But my focus, just as the mayor highlighted, my focus was for 2021. And to Councillor Withy's point, it's symbolic that we're all, really trying to keep our numbers. We're really careful with what we're spending in 2021. And so again, and correct me if I'm wrong, and the directors have already gone through their professional development, and everything is required for licensing, for fees, it's mandatory, and that's reflected in the budget. Right on. But if we're just looking at it as we would every other year and say, yes, it's really important, we've got to continue to, do an online course here and there, but it's not mandatory, then maybe this is the year that we can just take a breather until 2022, when things are back, our revenues are up, and, and MPAC is back in play, and all of the references that you've made in your budget presentation. So I guess that's my ask is of the directors to go back to those. And again, it might not be a whole lot, but I think I think it was actually a bit of money. So that's my ask.
Reva?
Thank you, Your Worship. So through you to Deputy Mayor, or Deputy Mayor Alcock. So I think I just wanted to mention you commented about taking a breather year. And I think it's really important to note that because of everything that was going on in 2020, like if you look at that professional development line in the budget, our actuals are considerably less than what we budgeted for 2020, because there were so many things that were canceled or that just couldn't happen because of COVID restrictions. So 2020, staff really didn't do a lot of professional development. And I think it's important that in some cases that we catch up on a lot of those things that we missed in 2020. So that being said, there are certainly, in certain departments, things that are absolutely necessary and required. But yeah, I mean, there are certainly some areas that it's not specifically required or mandatory by a certain piece of legislation or by a professional designation or something like that, but that really is necessary in that we weren't able to do it in 2020, and we need to play catch up in some cases, right? So that I think that's kind of where the budget working group was operating, kind of in terms of professional development. And a lot of the time, and we did consider reducing the professional development costs, because a lot of programs and courses are now going to be offered online. But what we've seen in 2020 is that the organizations that are holding those professional development, the courses and that kind of stuff, even if they're held online, the costs are still the same. The registration costs are still the same for a lot of those courses. The travel costs for sure were reduced because we don't have to travel to those electronic courses. But in terms of the actual cost of the professional development itself, they're really not being reduced, is kind of what we've seen so far in 2020. And not that being said, they might be for 2021, but it's again kind of a cloudy crystal ball, right? What are organizations going to do in terms of their costing for these programs? It's hard to say at this point, right? So I hope that answered your question.
Your worship, may I just finish? I just on that point. So I appreciate the comment, Reba, very much. And as I said, this is not meant to say to staff, you know, we don't care about you. That's not my opinion. I care about everybody and their professional development. But I think you've highlighted a couple of things, and I get it. 2020, the actuals were way off from the budgeted amount. So I think 2021, you know, it's going to be a weird year too. So I guess my hope is that everybody just take one more crack at that through that lens, and knowing that we still really care and we still want you to be up to speed on everything. In fact, it's really important. But and maybe you'll come back and say we did it, but we didn't find, there were not a whole lot of savings there. But that's just a hope. It bit the same as what Councillor Withey said around the consulting. And again, I'm sure it's all, you know, something we've looked at, we're whatever, but wherever is a potential savings, I think this is the year to have one more look at it. Final word on that. Thanks.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. I have to say I agree with a lot of what's being said here today, but my fear is 2022 actually. So if we go through the budget today and with the fine comb and we start cutting all these budget issues, and then in 2022 we come up and all of a sudden we're looking at an 8% or 9% tax increase trying to play catch up again. So I think we need to be very careful treading down that path on what we cut today. I'd love to see a zero tax increase, but it is what it is. But anyhow, one thing I did notice in the budget was under the roads or the bridge needs study, the $20,000, that's every second year. Why wouldn't we be putting half of that away into reserves so we're not being hit $20,000 next year in 2022?
Julia?
So we have had that discussion about whether we set up reserves for all these reoccurring, not annual items. And there's quite a few of them, and we just try to balance them out throughout the year so that we do have some that come on and some that fall off each year. So it just varies each year, but we try and make sure that we don't get a major hit in any one year. But we don't want to be setting up reserves for every single kind of transaction that isn't exactly the same each year. That makes sense.
Councillor Withey?
Thank you, Worship. Further to Councillor Armour's comment, we may just get to a different way of doing business too. If we are working on how to reduce some of these things that are in there, maybe in 2022, we won't even have to consider them because we've figured out a different way for the town to do business. And I think that's one of the things that Mayor Terziano has stressed a number of times in budget meetings I've been in with her, is that we've got to really take a look at how we do things and perhaps make fundamental changes that will have a lasting effect in the future. Thank you.
So, Council, I'm going to leave. I'm going to ask if we can just take a biological break, but just before we do, I'm going to leave a big question for staff to ponder, and then we'll just take a 5-minute break if that's okay. It's further to some of the stuff that Councillor Armour was just saying about setting ourselves up for more trouble in 2022. And to that effect, we are funding so many things this year, from $600,000 in COVID money, $600,000 from a modernization fund, MAP dollars, and then reserves. And we keep calling them all not from the levy, which, you know, again, well, they only got there from the levy, most of them. I mean, some of those are grants. But how much are we funding from these sources that potentially we won't have in 2022 to fund them? So that's a big concern to me, is what we're doing today is going to affect what we do in 22. I'll leave that for a thought, and if we can take a 5-minute break, I need one. Thank you. Okay, thanks for that break. I really needed it. We got a couple more coming back, and then we'll see who wants to tackle the big question that we left with. Is that going to be Julia, or is that going to be the CAO?
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. That's going to be Julia who's going to walk us through that question. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Julia.
So I just want to make sure I answer all your questions. So if there's anything I missed, just make sure you let me know, Your Worship. So you were asking about just some of the funding that is in 2021 budget that won't be there in 2022. And what the impact of that is. So in the budget, there is quite a few projects for modernization funding that are being used for modernization funding. I believe there's about, I'll have to get the number on that, but there's some projects in there, but they are all one-time projects, so they won't be coming back in the 2022 budget, so that those modernization projects won't have an impact on the next year. The COVID money that we have in the budget, that is being used to offset some of those budget pressures that we are having. So that will impact us in 2022 because we won't have that funding there. But if things go back to a more normal rate, then we will have some other changes in the budget as well. For example, we would have theater revenues coming back. We would have a lot more aquatics revenue coming back. I believe right now it's down by about 120,000, so that would be added back in to the good. Sales and customer service, there's quite a bit of revenue that isn't in the 21 budget. So if things go back to normal, then we would be adding that back into the 2022 budget. Some other things, planning fees are down this year. So you'll see that department costs a lot more in 2021 than in prior years. So if that department starts ramping up again, which I think it likely will, then it'll probably see those revenues coming back online as well. So there's quite a few moving targets on that number, but those are some of the high level ones that, yes, that money will go away in 22, but there will be some revenues that are coming back as well. And I think the other question that you had too was just about just re-looking at finding new ways to do things. And I think it's really important that that the committee knows that when we did go through the budget, we went through it with a fine-tooth comb when we looked at things like professional development, consulting fees, that sort of thing. And not only did we as the finance department go back and really scrutinize everybody's budgets and individual line items, we also, as a senior management team and budget group, we came together and we scrutinized each other's budgets. So there was a lot of looking at the numbers and what we really needed to do. I know in my department, I wanted to increase professional development because I have some new staff and I can really see value in how they bring their expertise to the corporation, like in the areas of procurement and insurance. So I think it would be a good investment. So when I looked at my budget, I've reduced maybe some other professional development, but I've increased it in other areas where I think it's really important and really needed for the corporation to make sure that we are running effectively. And I think it's really important too, just to note that we are looking at different ways of doing things. I know in my department, we've put so many different things online. We're doing, it's all online procurement now. So we don't have staff that sit and have public meetings, that sort of thing. So we are looking at a lot of ways to make things a lot different. And I think it'll just continue on until 2022 as well. So I just think it's important to note that. So you might see some additional costs in some areas when we are trying to figure out these things. I know in mine as well, I have some consulting fees in there for some online improvements. And those might be a one-time item, but it is to make it better and better service to our community and make things more efficient. So I think I just wanted to point that out. I know there's been some other questions too about specific line items, and I'd be happy to go through any of those details. It is all in your package. So if you want me to go through all the consulting and explain what that is, we can certainly do that. We don't need to come back later to do that because we have all the information. And I know this is kind of the time where we should be going through and answering all of your questions. So if there is specific questions, we'd be really happy to answer them now because we do have that information. So if anybody has anything that they would want us to go through, please let us know.
I think, I really think some of the things like the questions around professional development and, you know, conferences, mileage, like just a detailed sheet that comes with the budget would probably answer a lot of council's questions because you get the same ones every year. So maybe just having the detail up front would eliminate the same question coming every year. But I appreciate the fact that you guys scrutinize each other and you do the best you can do, but it's still council's job or prerogative to ask the questions too. So, it's just our job. We're the last level, and if we don't ask the questions, then the public's probably going to ask us the questions. So, don't take it personally. just take it as us doing our job. I got to go. Are there further questions? Because I still have a couple more, but I'll go back to council.
Karen?
Sorry, Julia. Yeah.
Sorry, it's not that I was thinking that you're questioning us. I just want to make sure, just because our staff have done a really good job of providing all that detail to council already. It is all in the FMW report. So if there's any line item that you wanted to see, like if you want to look at, say, the clerk's professional development, it's laid right out there that there's $249 for an executive assistant masterclass. There's a webinar for crisis management for $90. Employment law.
Julia, I don't think we see that on the report you give us.
It's in the FMW report.
Yeah, I don't think we see the detail that you're talking about in our report. But I mean, if you want to put it up and share your screen and walk council through it, by all means.
If the council wishes, I can.
Would council like to see the detail of all of the courses and things, or? I'm saying yes and no. Deputy Mayor Alcock, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Julia. I think I was going through the WB, whatever that's called, and I think it's not consistent. I think some of the line items do actually break it down what it's for, but others just say professional development and they don't say anything else. It's the same with consulting. Some might actually reference what it's for and others it doesn't. So unless you have a different one, the one I'm looking at doesn't actually go into that kind of detail. I don't want you to do it right now and go into every one, but just for your benefit. But before I go, I just want to also say that, oh my God, the artwork on your wall is amazing. You've got some amazing talent in your family. I love it. Okay, I just wanted to make the point about the other detailed budget.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship. And just addressing Julia's comments, I guess I don't want to go through that kind of detail right now, but to me, you've heard from council, and we're not necessarily, despite how many times you checked each other's work and all this back and forth, we're not necessarily happy with the result we're seeing here, I guess is the thing. So it's not about what you've done. And I mean, you guys are great. Again, this isn't anything personal, but I think we need to go back and do some more is my thing. It's not, I don't want to spend hours to have you try to justify what you've shown us. The bottom line for me is what you've shown us, I don't want to accept. And that means going back and sharpening more pencils and looking more closely at some of these decisions that have been made, and perhaps making changes to get us to where we are happy with it or accepting of it. Maybe not happy is maybe not the word, but satisfied maybe is the word. Anyway, so I wouldn't favor, having you explain all these things line by line. I think that we've got basically opinions that need to be looked into. Thank you.
Madam CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just going to chime in just very briefly here. I certainly hear what members of council are saying with respect to training. We would be happy to bring back a summary of mandatory training versus what might be perceived as discretionary training. I think council will agree that it's definitely not council's role to determine what training is required by staff. That is something that myself and my team would determine based on the service that they're providing. But it is absolutely council's discretion on how much they want to invest in training for staff. I think the other thing to note is, the important thing to note is there will be a lot of online training next year. And we are still in the midst of a pandemic. We have, I'm sure, at least a year of this. And a lot of the training that we're seeing for our staff is actually veering toward that and helping us ensure that we can serve our community, making sure that mental health is in good place. So the training is still there, it's all virtual, but we would absolutely be happy to bring back a summary of mandatory training versus the discretionary, which we as a senior leadership team feel that your team needs in order to carry out the business of the organization. So we would be happy to bring that back. I don't think it's good use of committee's time to go through each sheet of looking at each specific program that staff are going to be trained on. I don't think that's good use of your time. So I'd like to suggest with that, we can definitely bring back a summary. I do believe there was a reference in the budget document about consulting and where that money is going, but we definitely can bring a sheet back to committee outlining where those funds are going with respect to consulting. And obviously, as was noted earlier, that the governance discretionary, that's council's decision what they like to do. But we'd be happy to bring that back. That's not a problem.
Councillor Stone.
I'd just like to be honest here. So the budget is so huge, so complicated. It feels like a data dump, and I'm grasping at straws thinking, well, maybe that should go and maybe that should go. It's probably not our place to do much of that. Maybe we should just say, go find another $200,000 and knock it down.
CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just very briefly, I think we need some clear direction from committee. We did have some budget guidelines that we were working with in order to bring a budget forward. We do have a closed session that we need to go into. And then when we come out of that, the budget will have been brought back to committee within the guidelines that were provided. I have heard reference today of a 0% budget increase. So if that's the direction that committee now wishes to go, we just need some clear direction so that I can go back with my team and we can work on those numbers. But we did have budget guidelines that were given to us. After we have our closed session discussion, we do believe that we can bring the budget in based on the guidelines that were approved by council. But if there's a change in direction with respect to those guidelines and we are looking at a 0% increase, then committee needs to send us back and we have some more work to do. Thank you, Worship.
Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we've heard one person talk about a 0% increase. I refer back to Councillor Armour's comments and the danger that we can get ourselves into this year by cutting out projects or cutting out funding in some areas where we're going to have to bring it back next year. And just remember, the proposed increase this year is very minimal. It doesn't scare me in the least. It's very, very doable. But next year, for all of those who will be running again, remember it's going to be an election year, and so are you going to be wanting to come in with a hefty increase in budget to bring things back to the standard that was there in 2019 and would be there in 2022. So I just would caution about that. And as far as the overall spending of money on consultants and so on and so forth, I mean, we ask, for instance, in the community services to come up with a community master plan. And I guess the challenge I would have then, to Simone and her gang, okay, is there staff there that Simone has, number one, that would be capable of putting together a community master plan, number one, but number two, would they have the time for doing all of that? So, I mean, let's not cut off our nose to spite our face here. The budget that's been presented is, I think, very, very doable and as complete as I ever would want one, even with the FMW. I have no problems with it. So let's just be careful with what we're asking here.
Councillor Withey?
Thank you, Worship. Further to Councillor Thompson's comment, you may have only heard it from me, but I'm hearing it from a lot of constituents who are really having trouble during COVID. So I'm not concerned. First of all, farthest from my mind is the next election. I mean, I just don't, that's not on my radar, and it wouldn't matter anyways. But the other part that we have to also recognize that has been talked about before is that we're going to get the impact reassessment next year. We're likely probably going to get more COVID funding next year from the province because this thing isn't going away. So I'm not concerned. I really am not concerned. And I would favor, I think, to Madam CAO's comment, I would actually like to see them go back and show us what a zero looks like. And then we can decide if that's what we want to do. But at least we can see that and consider it, which I think is, again, part of our job. Thank you.
Councillor Armour?
Thank you, Worship. And just on top of what Tim just said, maybe we should be looking at some of the bigger ticket items. Like I'm thinking of Kent Park, spending $400,000 on Kent Park. Is next year really the time to be doing something like that? When we get a beautiful park across the road? Just a thought.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. I guess a question through you to Julia. Julia, what is the net impact per household with the current budget as presented? What is the increase per an average home of $350,000? You usually present that.
Yeah, so it was just the second last slide that Reva had presented. So the on a $300,000 house, looking at the town, the district, and education, you'd be looking at a $6 increase based on what we have in there right now.
A $6 increase. So if we broke that down, a $200,000 reduction in the budget is going to reduce that by 20 cents, 50 cents. I know you're quick with the math, so. You're not going to answer? Or are you working on it?
It would be an overall reduction of about $7 a month.
$7 a month. So I guess my thought process is that we've requested a lot of these things in the budget for good reasons, and staff has put them in for good reasons. I think that you worked with the guidelines we presented to you, and you're governed by. So I appreciate Councillor Armour's comments about a $400,000 Kent Park fee. We have an opportunity to do the things that we budgeted for, and I'm quite happy with the way the budget's presented, so I'm happy to support it.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just feel I need to weigh in here as well. I wasn't advocating the 0%, but I feel I want to reiterate comments I've made. I really hope that staff do not take it personally, because I think what you're asking us to go through the budget, and so if we're going through the budget, it's good that we have questions, and I love the response that you guys have been incredibly thorough, especially around things like professional development and consulting and all of that stuff. So I for one never doubted that. It's just a case of, perhaps the mayor hit the nail on the head, that we need to be reminded of things that maybe we've approved, or some detail, because there's a lot of information and I certainly can't remember everything. So I feel like that's what you're asking us to do, and I sometimes think it's taken personally, and it's not meant that way at all. So but I do think that you know, we gave you a guideline, and so you've done a crackerjack job at trying to meet that guideline, but you're saying, but here are all of the things you've also asked for, and so we think are important, so this is why we're coming in with the recommendation. So, you know, the idea of looking at a couple of other things, one more crack at it from my perspective, is not such a bad thing. And then you come back and say, we did it, and we actually can't find anything there. Okay, so that was my view on that, but I certainly was not in suggesting we need to get to 0%. To Councillor Thompson's point about this budget doesn't frighten me either, but I do think that, you know, we are going into an unusual year. We've just left an unusual year. And so it just behooves us, and you guys can obviously say, yes, we get that, but this is our opportunity to remind all of us of that as well. So I do have another specific question. That's unrelated to any of that?
Sure, let's have a specific question.
Right, okay. So this one won't surprise anybody because I always talk about signage. And I know that we've got a report coming back, I think in January on signage, or is it maybe even December? I don't know. So I just found, and I need to be reminded on this, because I found different places in the budget where we reference signage, like the wayfinding signage that's for streetscape. So the first question there is that specifically for streetscape, and that was for 30,000. And in the trails budget, there's reference to signage for 24,000. And so maybe that's specific sort of parks and rec signage, but should there be some consistency in the kind of signage that we're doing? And then in marketing, there was also a few thousand for signage. So I'm just saying there are different pockets where we have signage, and what's the rationale for that, and how does that fit into the report that's coming forward? Thank you.
Julia?
Well, I have to say I'm very happy to answer this question this year, because we have a report coming for the next committee meeting where we've clearly outlined what the process is and what the different stages are for it. So you are correct. So in the parks and cemeteries, the signage that's more related to the signage that we need on the parks, like for safety, that sort of thing. And the other one was the streetscape. So that is part of that streetscape project. So we are bringing a report back to have the strategy done. We did put the RFP out already, so that has been put out. That's just to get the strategy done, and then in probably in 2022 or in 22, you'll see that in the budget to actually have the signs constructed, that sort of thing. But we need to make sure that we have the marketing piece done, where we have our I don't know if it's their logo, but our the branding done. And that was part of 21's budget as well, and economic development was to have that branding done, so that when we do the signage, everything is consistent.
Thank you for that, Julia. And I knew, you see, and parts of that I did know, and I just, you see, I had to be reminded. But it is that the overall comprehensive that's coming to committee, and that's exciting. Thank you.
So if I can just add,
Yeah. This is budget meeting here. Councillor Weeb.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to actually put Simone on the spot and this might even be a little unfair because we've had plenty of discussions after this, but I thought this might be a good time to really get into it. And that is the mention of the community master plan consultant. And I know that this was something that is it's kind of a holdover project from years back. We first talked, I think 3 years ago, about this endeavor. And I'm wondering if you could speak to committee about how crucial this project would be given what's happening with COVID and how you're running the operation. It's kind of, we've mandated, I think in a sense, that we want this project done, but we also need to recognize things the world is a very different place. The way we do business is very different. Is this something that, in your opinion, how to best approach this? And is this the year to do it?
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mayor Terziano. Putting me on the spot. It's good. The timing is perfect. I do believe that this is the right time to do a master plan. If there was ever a right time, this is it. I want to dedicate a lot of time to this project. I think it's important, and it sets the goals for the next 2, 5, and 10 years from now. It talks to infrastructure, it talks to our staffing levels, it talks to the operations that we offer, the services we deliver, and how we do that. I think because this has been something that we've been wanting to do and we've been directed to do, we've got the RFP out right now. It's supposed to be back on July 11th with bids. And I think it's an important piece to set our stage after and recovering from COVID. I mean, we're learning a lot. We've been learning a lot since March 15th. We've changed what we've done every day. Every day there's a tweak or a new rule or a new way, or we find better ways, or our community helps us along with those. The sport associations are very involved with us. I think it's important to go out and get a consultant and have that little bit of distant person come in and help you focus on what the feel of your community is. I mean, I could do this. I just don't think I would do it full justice. I don't think that what I would bring back gives a perspective that you would want to see. I think you would need that third party to be able to come in and have that bigger vision and say, I've been to other communities, this is how I compare you against them, and recovering from a COVID situation, here's what we're going to suggest. They're going to go out and talk to all of our engagement, do engagement with all of our stakeholders and our partners. And I'm not sure that they would be as willing or forthright to give me their whole truth if it was just me. I think there is a role for a consultant to help us along in that. And please know that I'm excited about this project because I plan to be knee deep in it. I think it is going to plan the future of this division. And it does talk to some of these pieces of infrastructure that we have and the delivery of our programs. Do we have the time? We're going to figure out, this is a whole new thing. So we're recovering from COVID, we're reacting from it. 21 looks to me like to be a very different year. It's going to be definitely different than 20, certainly different than 19. I don't think we're ever going back to 19. I think 22 will be different again, but I think this is perfect timing to get us on the right track to make sure that what we're bringing forward in our future is what you want, what your constituents want, what our customers want, and I'm just the tool to help you get there. I hope that answers your question.
Thanks, Moon. I think really we passed a resolution and the master plan is being funded by the modernization fund. So I'm not really sure it's part of this budget discussion, but I mean, it's good information and I appreciate you outlining it, but let's stick to budget for a bit. Budget questions. Councillor Schumacher, did you have a budget related question?
Well, I guess it was around the master plan, around the consultant fee piece, but we'd already approved it. I guess that's my point too. We can come back and look at, you know, what does it take to get to that 0 mark that some people are asking for, but then we as a council have to decide what are those projects that, yes, as Councillor Armour mentioned, Kent Park, what are those projects that we as a council want to say no to? And I guess my point to the master plan, I keep going on the Stevenson Hall roof and I know it's on there and I'm quite happy, but I keep hearing those are things, I'm the newbie here, and I keep hearing those are things that my predecessor, Councillor Schumacher, was dealing with in his term prior to me. So how often do we keep putting things off to the next year, to the next year, to the next year to make a decision on? So what are those things that as a council, I guess when we come back at the zero budget that some of us want or has been proposed, what are those things then to give staff direction to say, nix, nay, 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 we don't want. I know from working in my field, there are mandatory courses, and I know we've talked about that, to meet compliance standards. Those are the things. We can hash those out. We can hash out consultants. I agree with Simone, though. Sometimes that third party is needed, right? So for me, I'm happy with what's proposed. I'm not necessarily opposed to having something come back. But again, I guess to council is, do we have a decision on what projects we want to nix and say no to, so that staff have direction as to what are those, whether it's big ticket items or it's certain things in there that we're going to be okay with to get to the zero.
Okay, council, I'm going to suggest we've got a few different directions on the table right now. So I'm going to suggest that we do a resolution to table our budget resolution, do our closed session, and come back out and resume budget discussions at that time. So if I can get a mover and seconder to table this, I would do so. Councillor Stone and Deputy Mayor Alcott. It is recommended that Report Corp 2020-53 Draft 2021 Consolidated Budget be tabled. All in favor? Opposed? Yes, it's carried. So then I have a resolution moved by Councillor Armour and seconded by Councillor Alcott. It is recommended that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public commencing now at 11:35 a.m. for the purpose of considering the following personnel matter under Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act, confidential report, Court 2020-54, Budget 2021, service level changes. All in favor? And that carries. So council, I think we have to zoom out and then zoom back into the closed session link. If everybody will do that, that would be great. Thank you. It's not allowing me to leave. Okay, we're out of closed session, and closed session had direction for staff in it. And we are going to just quickly take a 10-minute break while we reorganize our resolutions for open session. So I've got 12:38. At 12:48, let's be back here and then we'll wrap up. Thanks. Okay, council. Let's see if we can stumble through this. Jonathan and Brian. Brian's coming back. So we put the budget discussion on the table. So I need a mover and seconder to take it from the table. If I can have a mover and seconder to take it from the table. Bob and Nancy. So I have a resolution moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Alcock. It is recommended that Corp 2020-53 draft 2021 consolidated budget be taken from the table. All in favor? And that carries. So we have the main motion on the table, and from closed session, we had an amendment. So if I can get a mover and a seconder for an amendment. Councillor Stone, seconder Councillor Armour. It is recommended that the second paragraph be struck out and replaced with the following. And whereas the Budget Working Group has presented recommendations contained in confidential report Corp 2020-54, now therefore it is recommended that the recommendations contained in confidential report Corp 2020-54 totaling a reduction of $161,852 be included in the town draft 2021 consolidated budget as outlined in report Corp 2020-53 and forwarded to council for consideration. All in favor of the amendment? That carries. So then the main motion as amended, I need a mover and seconder. Councillor Armour and Councillor Stone. So the main motion as amended says, whereas the Budget Working Group has presented and recommends approval of the town draft 2021 consolidated budget as outlined in report 2020-53, and whereas the Budget Working Group has presented recommendations contained in confidential report 2020-54, now therefore it is recommended that the recommendations contained in confidential report 2020-54 totaling a reduction of $161,852 be included in the town draft 2021 consolidated budget as outlined in Corp 2020-53 and be forwarded to council for consideration. Now that brings us back to the budget that was still on the table though. So if there are, can I okay this one and then go back to it? No. So before we vote on this, we have to resume budget discussions as to where we were at before. And this is the time that we need to give staff any directions for any changes we want made to the budget before it comes back. So if there are councillors who would like to see changes made to the budget, we need to start doing up resolutions for that to give staff direction to come back with those changes. So I'm going to go around the table to see who has changes that they would like to put to a motion. I'm going to start with Councillor Stone, or well, I'll start with Councillor Withey because he actually raised his hand.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'm not sure. I wasn't sure quite how your procedure was working there. So I just stuck my hand up. I know it, I guess you could do the alphabet backwards if you wanted. So if I understand clearly, this is where if someone like me wants to see the staff show me what a zero budget looks like by revisiting lines for consultants, revisiting lines for meals and accommodations and mileage, revisiting taking Kent Park out of the budget, whatever it takes to get to zero, whether it's discretionary or whatever. I would just, I don't know if this is the appropriate way to say that, unless you want me to get very specific, but I think that there's still a lot of stuff in this budget that can get us, if not zero, very close to zero for this year, where people are feeling the pain. So that's my comment. I don't know if that works for you, or you want something more.
Well, let me clarify, and I'll ask the CAO. I don't think that they want direction as specific as look at a bunch of line items to get to zero. I think they want specific reduction requests. So line item reduction requests. Is that correct, Madam CAO?
Thank you, Your Worship. So for example, Councillor Withy, you had suggested that the governance discretionary at $20,000 was too high. So if you wish for that to be reduced, then you could propose a motion on the floor suggesting that that particular line item be reduced by however much that you wanted. There would be a vote around the table, and the direction that was decided would be implemented in the next rendition of the budget that's presented in January. If you feel that meals and accommodation corporately are too high, you could put a motion on the floor recommending that staff be directed to reduce, remove meals and accommodation by a certain number, percentage. And then the consulting, I understood that you wanted perhaps a detailed breakdown of that. We could definitely bring that back at the next meeting. So just some clarity so that staff can incorporate those changes that have been agreed upon by council into the next version of the budget.
So I can't do this right now. If you want me to get specific and give you actually lines and numbers, then I'm going to need more time, because I can certainly do that. Happy to do it, but I can't do that off the top of my head this second. I've got lists of stuff that I've written down, but in order for me to put it in a motion that's that specific, I need more time to do that. So I don't know if that means tabling this again or moving it to another meeting, but I certainly won't vote for it status quo. I think there are still some important changes that need to be made that are useful changes. So that's my comment. I can't do line by line with you now, or we're going to be another 2 hours. I'd rather do it and bring it back as here's what I see that can be effectively reduced to make our government more efficient and effective.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I tend to agree with Councillor Withy that maybe I think what the best thing to do is for each of us to come up with line items if we so desire, and we go over those in FMW together and make those educated decisions based on those line item suggestions. So I think due diligence would require us to have another meeting and go through each of those items as people suggest them. So that's what I would be comfortable with. Not necessarily saying that I have any, but.
Okay. I wonder, council and staff, you advise me if I'm saying something I shouldn't be saying, but I wonder if it would make sense for council to basically craft a resolution for all the things they'd like looked at and send it in so that the staff have those and can present them at our next budget meeting so that we can vote on them individually. But it gives, like as Councillor Withy says, I need time to put it down, but if he puts it down on a big resolution, then our staff can craft them up for resolutions to be voted on at the next meeting. Would that be okay? Councillor Withy?
And if I give you a comprehensive list, do you want it split up so each one's, is this like, remember the Kelly Pender days where you have the in and out chart? Or is this something that you would want as a block? I'm just asking for direction. Or would they be separate line items to be voted on separately all the way down the list?
I think because they have to be voted on separately, but the clerks can put them in separate motions if you submit a list.
Okay.
Councillor Thompson, you were going to speak?
Yeah, I guess I would find that an onerous process, only because with each individual consideration, not only are we looking at the impact this year, but as we've talked about before, we have to look at the impact would be next year and what that would do to the ensuing budgets and so on and so forth. So man, oh man, I think we'd have to plan an entire day for the process, because each one of those individual items that would be brought up, a line item would be discussed in full, and then okay, then we have to discuss the impact that's going to have long-term, short-term. I don't know. I just find that would be just be onerous, actually.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I have two questions. One is, given the decision that we made that came out of closed, what is the revised impact on the levy and on our tax increase now? But because the going in with the draft without it, it was 3.43 on the levy and 1.39, I think, on a tax increase. So that would be revised, right? That would be updated.
Can you give the new numbers with, or Julia?
Thank you for that. I was hoping that I could show that. So I'll just show my screen for a second. Sorry, can you see this, the two charts here?
Yep.
Okay. So I just looking at it two ways. First is sorry. So if we're looking outside of the council recommendations that had, or initiatives that had the Winterfest and the CIP, we'd actually be looking at a tax decrease for the town of Huntsville. So it would actually be a decrease in the town's tax rate of about 0.07%. And overall, with the other changes expected with education, you'd probably be looking at a decrease of about 0.44%. So after we add back that initiative of those two items, the tax rate increase would be about 0.44%. And then if you took into account education tax expected decrease, you'd be looking at a negative tax rate overall for your general taxes. That incorporates a change from the report.
Does that answer your question? Yep. Deputy Mayor Alcock?
It does. It's very helpful. Thank you. So I would be supportive of I guess I'm supportive of the budget as it's laid out, but including the council initiatives. I think those council initiatives are important. As I recall, one of them is for one is for CIP incentives, and I think CIP incentives are really important going forward next year, especially. And the other one is for the sound and light show, I think, right? And so we made that commitment, and I still support that commitment. So I think that answers my question, and I'm supportive of the existing motion that you read.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Stone?
I would concur with the deputy mayor. I'm satisfied with where the budget stands right now.
Councillor Thompson?
I agree, Your Worship. I'm happy with the budget the way it is now.
Okay, well, I guess we're at the point that unless somebody wants to make an amendment to the motion that's on the table, I'll have to call a question, and maybe there's enough support to forward this budget as is, but Councillor Weeb?
Thank you, Mayor Trezziano. I would move to amend the council discretionary fund, and I would opt to cut it in half to 10,000.
You're moving that now, I take it? Okay. Deputy Mayor Alcock?
I'd support that.
Councillor Withey?
I mean, I would support that, but I guess I would add to that to say that we're not in a rush to pass this today. I don't know. And there's more stuff like that that is definitely in there. So I don't know what the rush is to pass this motion today to basically effectively say that this is done when there are things like Jonathan just brought up in other areas of our budget. So that's why I would like a little more time on the clock, and maybe we end up at the same place, but I think to do due diligence and be prudent that it's important.
I agree. I agree. We're not where we should be passing it, but this resolution only says it's to be forwarded to council for consideration. I would wonder if anybody would want to make an amendment to have it forwarded to general committee in January for consideration before we actually go to council. Deputy Mayor Alcock and Councillor Withey, yeah, would make that amendment to forward it to general. Councillor Weed, do you want to see the resolution passed for the discretionary reduction today, or do you want to do that at the next general if we forward this to that?
I'm not fussed. Either way, I'm gonna put that forward, whether we do it now or later. It's immaterial.
Okay, I think the clerk's doing that one up right now with the other one, so we can at least get that much done. Just not by way of resolution maybe, but questions to our finance staff. I don't understand why the MAP money that we collect, the 70% that we collect and give to the MAP board, comes into our budget as a revenue and goes out as an expense. I do not think that should happen. I think that distorts our budget. And I don't know why it happens, and I prefer to see that removed unless there's a reason why it is there. I would like to see us have further discussion at the next meeting, as much as it doesn't actually impact our levy. The capital forecast plan for spending for the town of Huntsville over the next 5 years will drive our reserves into a $10 million deficit. And as much as we're not approving that 5-year plan, we're being acceptant of it when we see it on the screen and don't say anything about it. My comment to that is we're spending too much. We're making our contributions and we're doing well with that, but we're overspending. And I would challenge our staff to look at reducing the capital spending to become more manageable than the forecast shows it. And I would like to see that come back. I don't know that needs to be a resolution because, Julia?
I would just request that it be a resolution just because we've already had resolutions on the capital that have been passed by council. So I think that needs to be a resolution of council. And I check with the clerks on that.
But I'm talking about future capital, not the stuff that impacts this budget.
So sorry, do you want that to come back to the next budget meeting?
I just want it to come back. I don't accept the 5-year capital plan, and I want to go on record to say I don't accept it. And every time it comes back and it doesn't change, I'm going to say I don't accept it.
I guess I just check with the clerks just because I think council did pass a resolution that, and I can't remember the exact wording, whether that 5-year plan was approved in principle. Or was it was not approved? Okay, so it wasn't approved in principle. So part of our plan is every year is to bring back the capital. So that would be something that we would definitely be doing is revising that capital plan and bringing it back. That's what we need to do in our asset management strategy.
Okay, so I raised the point at our capital budget meeting that I had concerns, especially concerns with an $8 million capital expenditure in operations in 2022. And I haven't seen any change to that. I haven't seen any explanation. $8 million spend in operations next year is unrealistic. just about got the resolutions. Steve?
Mayor Terzino, just a comment on the capital proposed spend of 8 million in 2022 for public works. So a large portion of that was the building. And what we've already said by the 2021 capital budget approved right now is that we are going to spend some money on a consultant. I know it's a consultant to take a look at the operations down here and figure out exactly what we needed for a building and bring a plan back to council. We put it in as a placeholder. It doesn't mean that it's approved in 22. We know that. We don't even know what the cost is. Somebody might come in here and say, you don't need to replace this building. You need to fix these 5 items. So that's why that was put in. So just a comment on the 2022, not to complicate things. The biggest spend is obviously the 4.5 million, which we put back into the infrastructure, the bridge, roads, and sidewalks. The other is a placeholder right now in a building. And we certainly recognize that council hasn't approved anything. The only thing you've approved right now in principle is next year's capital spend to get some help down here to figure out what we have to do for a building and what is the proper fix and the right fix. So next year when we're having a budget discussion, we're talking with real information and we're saying, this is what we need to do for a proper workstation for the crews down here. And this is the cost. And at that time, we would have a discussion as to whether it moves forward in 22 or 23 or 24 and how we fund it and pay for it. A lot of our capital spends, when you look out 5 years, they're just projections. They're simply projections. And I don't know how we dive into it any deeper. We're getting a roads needs study in right now that talks about 70 million of spend in 10 years. So, you know, until we dive into these and until we look at these projects every year and reevaluate them, we don't know what's going to be needed next year for capital. Sorry, not next year, 22, 23, or 24 moving out. Just to put some content to it. Thanks.
Okay. I guess the fact is when it comes through in the budget presentation, it's very concerning, whether it's placeholder or not. It shows a projection of us driving our reserves into a negative amount of money. I think our overall reserves, not just working capital reserves, are going down to less than $1 million in a couple of years with the projected plan that we have in place. So that's what concerns me, is the projected plan. And I understand that we have to approve it, but sometimes the whole idea of accepting what we see suggests that we're going to approve it. Julia?
I just wanted to add to that too, and just with the asset management strategy that council's approved that we're required to have under the OREG 588, I think 17, is that we do have that we are presenting this information. We're letting you guys know about it. So it's the planning of it, so that if we don't identify these things as, you know, far out into the future, we're not making some sort of effort to make a plan towards how we're going to get there. And as Riva pointed out in her presentation as well, we don't have any grants in our plan, and we don't intend to have grants unless we know of them. But those would definitely, if we're looking at, you know, redoing some of the big ticket items are the pool, the dam, the Brunel locks, sorry, and Medill. So those are the major 3 drivers of that. We would definitely be looking at grants before we go out to do that, and we would probably have to be looking at debenturing some of those projects if council did decide to go ahead with them, just because we didn't have the funds to do it. So those haven't been built in, but that's all part of our annual review that we do every year, and just for planning for the future.
Okay. So I have a resolution moved by Councillor Weeb, and I need a seconder for the amendments. Councillor Alcock. It is recommended that the following be struck out at the end of the 3rd paragraph, council for consideration, and replaced with general committee for consideration, with the following amendment: reduction in council discretionary fund from 20,000 to 10,000. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. And the main motion as amended, I need a mover and seconder. Councillor Stone, Councillor Alcock. Whereas the Budget Working Group has presented and recommends approval of the town draft 2021 consolidated budget as outlined in Corp 2020-53, and whereas the Budget Working Group has presented recommendations contained in the confidential report Corp 2020-54, now therefore it is recommended that the recommendations contained in confidential report Corp 2020-54, totaling a reduction of $161,852 be included in the town draft 2021 consolidated budget as outlined in Corp 2020-53 and be forwarded to General Committee for consideration with the following amendment: reduction in the council discretionary fund from 20,000 to 10,000. Discussion? All in favor? And that carries. And that brings us to the end of our budget discussion. And the last thing on the agenda is COVID update. And I just want, in case there's anybody from the community or the press still tuned in, I want to make sure that people know we currently do not have any plans to close the pool at the Summit Center. The Summit Center is being closed from the 24th of December till I think the 2nd of January for Christmas. We have no plans to close the pool at this time. We're getting a lot of emails about it, so we have no plans. Have a resolution moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Armour. It is recommended that we do now adjourn at 1:17 p.m.
Excuse me.
Oh, Councillor Withey.
I'm sorry. If I could just take 2 seconds. I just got a message saying that there is the Table Soup Kitchen Foundation there's a virtual live benefit concert with Juno Award winning Susie McNeil and Andrew McTaggart on December 11th at 7:30. I'm just sorry, this just came to me, just sort of reading. Businesses are invited to register for team share of the link. There's a link to the tablefoundation.ca, I think is where you find the details of that. As we know, there's a lot of people having issues now. I know we just donated some money to the food bank. These places are overflowing. So anything that can happen to help these local places is very important this time of year, despite all times of the year, but more so this time of year. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Anything else before I call the question? All in favor? That carries. Thanks, council. Thanks, staff. That was a long one.
Thank you, Your Worship.